I'm tired, man. I'm so tired. I could kill someone. Oh man, really? I reset it and everything. Hold up, give me 1 second. I made sure to reset it before stream. Why did it do that? I don't want to stream. I don't want to be here. I'm gonna be real. I'm be real. I won't be here right now. For multiple reasons, but mostly because I woke up like 30 minutes ago. There's a reason I don't do gorilla streams often. This is one of those reasons. I am tired. Oh no, I had a patented only I can know trick. I didn't realize I could do this until like that moment, you know? And I will use it against you every time. Every time you decide to show your face around here. Before those doors fucking open. Alright? Hey. I already said don't fucking like just let yourself in here before these doors are open for the public, right? You don't have like special like early access. Alright? You're like everyone else. Wait your turn. But yeah, I woke up late. I'm tired. I'm feeling snippy. So don't... I'll ban anyone in an instant. So don't fuck with me. Especially, yep, that's right. Thursday stream. I'm so tired, man. And I don't even know if I'm like actually like just I could fall asleep. I don't think that's what I am. I actually had a pretty good night sleep, you know. I felt like I slept really good. It was when I woke up this morning and I looked at my clock and realized that it was 11:30. Right? It's when I was like, "Oh god damn it." You know what I mean? I'm like even less prepared for my stream than usual. I don't have my like morning to myself where I just collect my thoughts about if I want to talk about something today or not. And like just me time. Whether it be like me fucking around or even me just doing work. Just me being alone. Before I have to be like, ooh, ho, ho, ho. I'm funny today. You guys always. I'll move on. But yeah, I I did the stream yesterday where I where I tested the RAM. I looked back at that stream. That was kind of one of the first things I did. And the main purpose of that stream was kind of looking back at like the specs of it. And I think it went fine. I'm trying to think about why Eternal Return was fine. But the other two games weren't. Realistically. And there's so many reasons for that, right? But I assume it's just because more than it is like the RAM, I think it was the fact that I had the Minecraft stuff and Marvel Rivals on my hard drive rather than my my SSD, which is what Eternal Returns on. Which is further reinforcing my want for a new SSD. I don't know. I have this like list of like things to upgrade on my What other streams have you missed? The Wednesday stream was one of the only Gorilla streams when's the last time I even did a Gorilla stream? You couldn't have missed that many. Oh yeah. That one. I completely forgot that one existed. I did do that, huh? Yeah, like yeah, the other two Grand Blue streams. But I never do. Nuh-uh. See, you miss a Hase stream. I gotta watch it back. No, you're not. I don't even do that. I miss a stream and I never watch it back. And I'm in every stream. But yeah, the Gorilla stream went fine. But yeah, I have this like list of like things that I want to upgrade for my laptop. And like, well, on that list was like RAM. It was like number 1. And now that I got it, well, if you didn't watch the last stream, right? Not to say a spoiler alert, right? But a big revelation about yesterday's stream, and kind of something that I needed to share was that I didn't get as much RAM as I thought I did. I thought I was gonna get 32. I got 24. And it was for a really funny reason that I straight up just never like noticed. Cause I opened up my laptop to replace the RAM, and I'm like, I got a stick of 16 right here. I just, I know there's 2 slots of RAM in my computer. I could probably just fit in two sticks of 16 there, and it'll be all good, right? Because what I'm assuming is that I have 1 slot free, and then 1 slot is a 16. But no, both slots are filled, and they're both 8s. So right now in my computer, I have a 16 stick and an 8 stick plugged in right now. You use laptop? Yeah. I'm pretty transparent about that, aren't I? I think so. I always assume you use PC. No. I'm like using like the most bare minimum like budget. Not like a cheap laptop, right? I have an Alienware, which is gonna run a lot of things. But you should always use a PC for things like this. It's the reason why I play very like low intense games and a lot of single player games. Is because I have a laptop. I have a laptop with a really shitty SSD. And when I say really shitty, I mean it's really small. The SSD is tiny. That's the reason why I don't like. Well, one, my specs are never good, and two, my load times for things like that aren't great. Is because of that. And it's like, I don't need a PC. I would love a PC. I think one of those. It's one of those like fantasies, right? But you know, an ideal would be like you should have a PC, or like for me, right? You should have a PC for like streaming and games and like everything just for that, and then everything else you could do on your laptop. I think if I had the choice, if I did get a new PC that was quote unquote spec wise better than my laptop, I would just move all my stream stuff to the PC. Because because it has better specs and it would run everything better and streams would be cooler. But also there's a lot of things on this laptop that I can't like move over. Like I would do video editing on the laptop. I would do music stuff on the laptop. And it would become my work. It'd become like everything else that isn't streaming work. Yeah. I'm kind of grateful that I have a laptop too, just because it's easier to work on. For me. I think working on a laptop and working on a PC are like the same thing, but a laptop everything is like smaller and compact, which could be a problem for some people. Especially because when I was replacing the RAM, right? I was also replacing the thermal paste on my CPU and GPU, right? Those things are tiny. Those things are minuscule. I felt like I was playing like surgery, computer surgery, trying to put that stuff on. It wasn't even that like hard. It was just tiny. And my hand was shaking constantly because I didn't want to fuck anything up. Well, I got those up pretty nice. Probably the best thermal paste job I've done in a bit. Mainly because of the thermal paste I was using. The thermal paste I was using, it had like a... Because usually I just have like... Well, before I had a thermal paste that you just like... You know, like you just... On... And then you like spread it with a spatula. Right? But the one that I was using... The one I was using right there... It has like a... I don't know how to describe it. It has a nozzle on the tube itself that like spreads it for you, right? So you just have to get it as close to the CPU or GPU as possible without actually touching it, so that it spreads as thin as possible while covering the whole thing. And that made it way easier because with the spatula, I was one, messy, and two, overthinking it all the time and being like, is this thin enough? I don't know if this is thin enough. With the spreader nozzle, you just like kind of just spritz it and you're like, I think that's as thin as it's gonna be, and then you just go next. But yeah, I was still nervous about it because it was the first time I was using that thermal paste, but it was okay. And then I put everything back on. I cleaned everything, put everything back on. One funny thing about my fans, actually, I didn't think this was a problem, or I didn't think it was gonna be a problem because I open up my laptop pretty often. I open it up like every like 6 to 4 months, you know, to do some kind of maintenance. So, you know, and because of that, you know, my fans are relatively clean every time I open it. I do cleaning every time, right? But there's not much to clean in the first place. But I opened up my laptop today and I was like, wow, there's a lot of like, what is this white powder in my laptop? There's so much of it in the fans. It's like, I don't know, what is this? And I was looking at it and I was thinking, and then I realized I'm like, oh, this is almost like all like baby powder. Because I do use baby powder in my daily life. Like drying powder, talcum? Is that what it is? Cooling powder. Like cooling like baby powder. I use that often because I like it. And I was like, "Oh, great." But here's the thing, it like I hadn't started using it until like recently. So, I think what ended up happening was like there was already a layer of dust in the computer from like regular use already, right? And then what had happened is I started using the powder, and then there's more like stuff in the air, right? And so it goes through the laptop, and then it gets caught on the dust, and that makes the wall of dust and like the heat blocking from the stuff in the computer, right? All the dust and all the whatever, maybe animal fur. It just gets stronger. It's like I added like a whole new like layer of defense to it. And I'm like, no, please flow through my laptop normally, please. I've always kind of had a heating issue with my system. Sometimes or a lot of the time, all the time actually, I have my laptop on a cooling pad because it's always running hot. Like right now, I assume it's running a bit hot right now. Oh, it isn't. Oh, wow, it's like super cool right now. I aced that thermal paste job. I can never tell. Like if I check, actually, I could just check the temperature right now. Before I open any game, right, it should be running like 60? 60, 50? Aha! Wow. 58 Celsius. Hell yeah, dude. I'm a genius. That thing's running cold, like really cold. But as soon as I open up like a game, it's gonna go up to like 70 or 80, which is a normal temperature. Right? But there was times before where it might have ran like 90 or 100. 100 is like danger zone. Or well, 110 is danger. Is super danger, but 100 is like you might want to check this out, you know, there might be some kind of like dust problem or heating problem. I get scared of it a lot. I get scared of heating a lot because if you don't manage the heat in your computer, specifically around your CPU, um if you don't manage it and you don't troubleshoot it like almost immediately, there is you'll be like running the chance that you might, what's the word? You might artifact your CPU, which is basically killing it. And a telltale sign of that, right, you is when you start noticing like quote unquote like dead pixels on your screen or like discolored pixels, right? Right? And it's like it's not the monitor. It'll do like what's the word? You know, like there's like video games, right? There's like this trope or this trend that they use where it's like corruption and then like it turns into like a bunch of pixels and then like covers the screen like that. That'll happen. Like that's what that's based off, I think. But yeah, I'm scared of that because once a computer does that, it's usually over. You know what I mean? And especially for a laptop where the CPU and the GPU are like soldered onto the motherboard, I'm pretty sure. Uh, God help me, because I told this to my cousin when she was asking me about my computer, but I'm like, this thing's my baby, dog. Don't, please. I've taken care of this thing for so long. It just started going to school, man. Don't take it away from me. But yeah, I wish I had a PC. I wish I had a PC to to just have more, like, it would take up more space, but to have everything more organized in my life, period. But it's not like a must, you know? Like, I still want other things. Like, I still want to upgrade the laptop to be as best as it can be, right? Like, my list of things that I want right as of right now is like, I want a new SSD. I think that's like the next big thing that I want. Um, I want a new SSD. I want an HDMI like input. What is the word? I want, what is it called? Like an HDMI HUD for my for the laptop, as like just for right now. Just cause I didn't think about this when I bought this. Cause a while ago actually I bought like a TV stand because of, I think I've talked about this before, but before the monitor that I have right now, I used to just use a smart TV. Like a smart TV that I bought for like $100 at Best Buy. That was it. And I replaced it with this monitor that I'm using now because this monitor is, one, made for like PCs, and two, is smaller. I didn't realize how good having a smaller screen is, especially when you're sitting like a foot or two away from it, you know? So I I was like, I'm gonna replace it, and I replaced it, and this TV has just been sitting in my room for the past like year at this point, I think. And and recently I decided to, like, maybe I should put used to it. So I put it on like a TV stand, and I use like an extension cable in order to like plug it in. And now I have like a TV on a TV stand that I spent my own money on. But here's the thing, I can't connect it to my computer because my computer only has one HDMI slot. So, and it's going to the monitor that I'm using right now. So it's like, how are you gonna plug it in? And it's like, I'm just gonna use like, because I know that there are like HDMI HUDs that exist in the world. So I'm just gonna buy one of those and then plug that in through that, and it should be fine. But as of right now, it's gonna stay right there. It's like on a TV stand, and when eventually, if I do use it right and set it up, I just like pull it out, and it's gonna like block my path, my walking path towards my bed, but like I'll have a monitor right there. Or I could straight up just leave it there. And I could just always look over. It'll be like a nice watching like a nice watching thing deck. Even though I don't watch shows or movies. Fuck. But yeah, new SSD, HDMI HUD or something, and then another stick of RAM because I still want 32 gigs, right? But maybe when prices go down, which I can only assume is gonna be like, because I can't do it this year, or the next time I know that prices are gonna go down is for like Black Friday or like Cyber Monday, which is happening in a week, right? Your boy ain't got no money in his wallet. Your boy's broke. Your boy's broke. So that's also, I gotta turn off the music, man. There you go. So yeah, I'll just wait till next year to do any more PC buying. So that's the update on the PC. If you didn't watch the other stream, which you don't really need to in the first place. I mean, whoever needs to watch a stream ever, get out of here. But and other than that, I talked about food on the other stream. And that's all that happened. It was fun. I had a fun time. I was playing games while also just like hyper analyzing frames if they were dropping, which they were, unfortunately, but I think it was more due to the fact of SSDs rather than the RAM, which is a good sign, right? Because I know for a fact that there may be some point where it's gonna go out of whack, right? Let's talk about the other thing that happened yesterday, which is I talked about this on Tuesday, I think, right? Or like I like briefly touched about what was gonna happen on Wednesday. I went to the doctor's again. This time I went to a specialist doctor. I went to a someone that specializes in a thing that I needed a service for. And I had to wake up at like 6 in the morning for it. Like super early. And we were already almost late. So yeah, I had to go to the doctor today. And I don't want to go into specifically what it is for. Mainly because let's be frank, it's something that's still, I have to go there for multiple checkups, right? For this thing. It's not fully like quote unquote treated. But it's an hour drive away. So I had to wake up really early for like this like 8:15 appointment. And we were already late, almost late because of traffic, right? And I was really nervous. I was super nervous just cuz new hospital place that I have to meet and talk to more people about stuff with, but I went. My mother and father went with me because it was this whole thing where like my father had to drive me there, but my mother had work, but like the times were too like close to each other. My mother has to get in work by like 9. But the appointment was 8 and it's an hour drive away, so it's like a whole like, so she just ended up coming with me. And she's there. And I'm in the back. Then I'm in the back of the car just like being nervous about what's gonna happen. Cause new people. But I walk in, I check in, right? They're like, okay, have a seat. You'll be called up. And I'm like, okay. And then they call my name. And I'm like, okay, time to go. And then I sit. And then I'm talking to the nurse. And then she's like, what are you here for? And I'm like, this thing. And they're like, okay. This thing. And they're like, okay. We're gonna need you to put on this, what is it called? What's the hospital the gown? That's what it's called. I had to put on a hospital gown. I thought that was the coolest thing. Hold up. You guys know because the hospital gown. I got to wear a gown for the first time. Like the just basically like the body cover. And I was like strangely excited about that. I'm like, oh, I get to wear it. Hell yeah. And I put it on, and then I was just waiting, and then the actual doctor came in, and she was like, hi, and I'm like, hi. She was the nicest person. What a nice lady. She was she came in, she quipped, and then she got right to business, and I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Let's go. No more of this friendly stuff. We got issues to talk about. And then we talked about the issues, and then she was like, due to like limited resources, we won't be able to treat both at the same time. So like, which one would you like to look at first? And I'm like, this one. And she's like, okay. Then I'm gonna need you to take off the gown. And I'm like, fuck! No, my gown! I miss my gown. She made me take it off. I'm like, okay, and then she left, and then I put everything back on, and I was just sitting there, and she's like, okay. Please sit down here, and then I'm like, cool. And then she started pricking me with needles. For this very specific issue. And it was like a lot of needles. She started pricking me with everything. She pricked me like 10 times, I think. I don't know. I lost count at some point. Because she was just kind of going in and being like, here, and I'm like, okay. I mean, this is fine. I'm okay with this. And it was like a long needle, too. It was a needle to inject something that was like... I'm trying to like imagine it, right? If she went in like a constant pace, right? Like an inch or two, like a needle that's an inch or two. Getting pricked by that several times. I didn't care. Or, well, I was like ready for it because it's a needle, right? It's gonna hurt. So I'm just like, just have it happen. Because the thing is about needles is that, like, you know, it's the first prick that always hurts the most. It's the first prick that always hurts the most. But that's the thing. People are always only expecting one prick. I got multiple, right? And it was just like, okay, it's just like a getting pricked or like stabbed is like something squeezing your. it feels like you're being squeezed really hard. That's what I imagine, like the pain of being like pricked or like stabbed or like, you know, getting a splinter, right? Something got a part of your body got squeezed so hard that it went through it, right? So that was happening multiple times on a certain part of my body, and I was like, "Ha!" Or it didn't hurt. She was like, "I'm sorry, I know this hurts," and I'm like, "No, it's fine." Like, it did hurt, but it was like one of those it, it's meant to happen. You know what I mean? It's gonna hurt. So as long as I'm bracing for it, it's okay. And so she did all that, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then she asked her like medical assistant to like go and bandage me up, right? But actually, in the middle of her pricking me with the needle, right? We were talking a little bit, and I was like, she was like, because she's a dermatologist. I guess I'll just say that she's a dermatologist. She was like, "Yeah, so do you so I assume you don't get acne that often, right? Because I don't break out as much as I did back then, but I still get acne every once in a while." I'm like, "Yeah, I get it regularly still." And she was like, "Oh, and you don't have like any like skincare routine or anything?" And I'm like, "No, not really. I mean, I've like looked into it, but you know, because I straight up said this to her. I was like, because I'm unemployed, you know." And she was like, "You don't have the means for it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh." Uh But she did the nicest thing. She told her medical assistant while she was pricking me with the needle about like, she was like, "Could you go into the could you go into our storage closet and just like pick out like different like acne products?" And I was like, "No, you're not gonna do that." And then the medical assistant came out with like this goodie bag of like small like acne samples for like skincare, and she was like, "Yeah, just use these, you know, experiment." She said to do something, right? Specifically because there was a certain issue that like she wanted to avoid. But if I'm being honest, I didn't catch it. She was too far away from me to like properly catch what she was saying. And it wasn't like in one ear out the other. It never went in my ear in the first place. Like I was like, "Uh-huh." I just said that straight cuz I was on autopilot, like socializing autopilot mode at that point. And I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "Oh yeah, well, it was nice to meet you. I'll see you again in a couple weeks." And I'm like, "Okay. Bye-bye." And then the medical assistant was left bandaging me up, and then I still wasn't clarified by this, but I was like, "Does she wants me to take this bag home?" And she was like, and the medical assistant was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh shit." I didn't say that. But I'm like, "Oh really? Oh, okay. Thank you." And then I went off on my day. I went off, and then I had to check out, schedule another appointment for like a month. Also, she gave me homework, which was like find another place to deal with this issue, and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then that was it. How nice. I don't know. I was feeling. Usually, I'd feel like very What's the word? Like very nervous about just talking to anybody in general, and like very I would have regrets. You know what I mean? I'm the type of person that like in like a social situation or whatever, like I'm scared like something might happen and that I'm gonna be like I'm gonna have to live with like not a trauma, but like have a memory of like a moment that'll like continuously try come back to haunt me or whatever, right? Like I have a lot of moments like that I don't want to talk about because I don't want to remember them. Actually, now that I'm like going into it, because in order to talk about it and give an example, I have to actually remember something that's happened, and I don't want to. So, but you know what I mean? One of those moments that like you'll remember suddenly like 5 years later, and you'll like fucking like cringe harder than anyone any other time. Like that. But yeah, that was the whole like interaction between everybody in that place was so nice. Everybody was nice, and I felt like I didn't have to worry about that. One of the few times I could feel like that. Because I even feel like that with some of the boys sometimes. I'm gonna be frank. Something's gonna happen where I'm gonna look back at it and I'm gonna be like, "Ha! Don't do it." But yeah, that was most of my day yesterday, right? And so we came back home around like 11 or like 10:30, and this is also after we went to the doctors, we went shopping. So this is after that too. And then everything that I talked about yesterday happened, which like I went to sleep. I went to sleep. I had the best sleep that I'd ever gotten in a while, just because I felt like I was actually physically tired. But also, we had bought a bunch of like food ingredients from the Asian market that we usually go to, that we never try, including like, what is the place called? I actually had some of it last night because I was kind of hungry, and I was like, I wanted something like, how do you say this? Guizhou? Yeah. Like guizhou, like chili crisp with fermented bean. I had some of it last night because I was kind of hungry. Yeah, we picked up some chili crisp with fermented bean. That was good. We picked up some Japanese curry blocks. That was good. Actually, no, we haven't made it yet, but I assume it'll be good once I make it. I need to make it. I'm the one who needs to make it. And then we got gochujang, which was the biggest thing that I was I was excited about, just because, ooh, gochujang, the Korean secret. And I already stated my opinion on this. Gochujang isn't what I expected it to be. It's very it's an umami bomb. I'm pretty sure that's the best way to put it. But it's not like actually super strong in flavor. It gives it's like, if something is like super sweet, and it makes you feel like you want to like not spit it out, but like, you feel the sweet in like your tongue and like your mouth, as you usually do. It's like that, but with umami. Like, imagine that with umami, and also it tasted like peppers. That's what it was. And I was like, okay, I kind of get it, but you need to add some more stuff to it. Right? And I did end up doing something with it. I ended up making like a chicken marinade thing that my brother ended up actually really liking, so I gave him like some. I gave him like half of it. But I want to keep like I want to keep experimenting with it, just because I want to keep experimenting with it because I think it'll be fun. I think I'll find something that I like about it. But yeah, I I'll be frank. I think the chili crisp is like growing on me, not because it's actually crispy or like it's. I want like chili crunch. Chili crunch is what I want. I want something crunchy with to eat with my rice. You know what I mean? But I understand why people eat chili crisp alone with rice and why there's like a whole cult around it. For me, it's just missing something. And I'm pretty sure it's just the fact that it's oil. You know what I mean? I don't know if people know this about oil, but oil doesn't have a taste usually. It'll have like a subtle taste, but it won't like taste much. So you have to add something to it. But you know what I did last night? I ended up like adding some not adding, but I ended up eating a rice with chili oil and a bit of seaweed on the side. It needs something along that line. It needs something like kind of salt. It needs another thing. Is what I'm trying to say, but I don't know like what in particular it needs. It needs something else. I just don't know what. Because here's the thing. I think the flavor of the chili oil is really nice. It just needs like I think it's like salt or like another subtle flavor in there for me to be like, now this is good. You know what I mean? Chili oil rice is so big in Chinese culture. Yeah, and I understand it. I absolutely understand it. Right? It just needs more. You know what I mean? Like it. How do I describe it? I think this is like just a personal preference, right? But I like flavors that are really heavy, and not like food heavy, not like heavyweight like food, like not like, oh I gotta eat all these noodles, right? Not like that. I like intense flavors. You know what I mean? I like onions. if that can help like describe it, like onion by itself is an intense taste. Like that. I like flavors like that. And that's what it needs. It has like the components of being that, but it there's like this weird space in the middle of the flavor that it's like missing. And that can either be activated by like salt or some kind of spice or like I don't maybe salt. Maybe garlic or maybe onion or maybe something along those lines where it can like something needs to be there needs to be a key. A key needs to be there in order to unlock it, and I don't know what. And I felt the same way about the gochujang too. Like, when I was making the chicken, right? I was using a recipe, obviously, but in the recipe, it had something that made a lot of sense to me about like, oh, you add this to this, and it makes it. You add this to the gochujang in order to make it kind of like around what I would expect it to taste like, right? Because there was one revelation I had about the gochujang when I first tasted it, right? And it was the fact that it wasn't sweet. Gochujang is not sweet. I thought it was gonna be sweet to like even a slightest extent. It wasn't. It absolutely was not. But in the recipe that I saw, one of the things that you added to the sauce or the gochujang and you combine it together, right, is honey. Or like agave. They like agave. I don't even know what agave is. Is it like rice syrup? What is agave? Is agave a fruit? Oh, it's a plant. Agave is a plant. Okay. Yeah, they want you to use agave. I used sugar, or not sugar. I used honey. They're the same thing. They're around the same thing. Like a sweet liquid. Right? And I was like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Because it's just like, that. It's missing that. It's missing, like... It's missing a very solid, like, sweet flavor. That is a part of why the taste of gochujang feels so like empty to me. Not to say that it tastes like nothing, but there's a space that needs to be filled in the flavor. I don't know. I don't know if like my like that because that's the way I I understand. There's like a space, like you're tasting all these other things, but it's missing a thing right in the middle where it's like the core of it. And without that core, it'll just fucking like cave in on itself and deflate. You know. And that's the reason why. And that's the sad. That's similar to like the chili oil thing, where it's like, well, it's mostly like that because chili oil is oil, and oil, even if you fry chilies in it and serve it like that, doesn't taste like much. It tastes like fat and oil. You know? But yeah, I basically went into this whole thing on yesterday because not that I had like strong thoughts about it, but because like I tried it that day and the thoughts were so fresh in my mind. So if you want to hear about that, watch that stream. Sorry. But yeah, and that's all that happened yesterday. Ate some new food. Went to a really nice dermatologist, and it was all nice and grand. I had a fun time. I had a good night to sleep, and then we played the finals. Boy was lagging all over the place, but it made it really funny. There were some funny moments. That was it. That was my day. Though it did suck that I went to sleep really late last night. I assume because of the nap. But I was like, I was not tossing and turning in my bed, trying to go to sleep, but I just couldn't. Because I just couldn't fall asleep just because they call I couldn't get to sleep because last night I decided, or like a couple days ago, I decided to be like, okay, I'm not gonna turn on my AC anymore when I go to sleep. And God, trying to go to sleep when it's hot sucks. Like I feel like I get good sleep when it's like warmer than how I usually go to sleep, but it's easier to fall asleep when it's cold. You know what I mean? I was fucking struggling last night trying to go to sleep, and I was just like, girls frontline. Whose girls are these front lines for? It's strange. Also, I'm getting. I don't know why Why does this keep popping up on my recommended? There's like this one, like IRL, like live action dating visual novel that keeps like, or dating sim visual novel that keeps popping up on my feed. Or it popped up on my feed a lot last year when it was like a big thing, right? Last year, but they made a new game and now it's coming back up on my feed. I'm not gonna play your lot. They're 3D. These ladies are 3D. I was never gonna play the game in the first place. That's like free content, but also at the same time, no. There's a reason why I don't play dating games on this channel. And it's because of my very stark opinions on dating. Oh, this looks like a cool game. Sorry, just looking at Steam. Actually, I want to add that to my wish list. It looks cool. The art style looks cool. Demon School. Wow, this does look like a really cool game. Got it. All right. I guess we can get started with the game, huh? God. I'll say game hunting. I do the thing where I do like a Steam, open my Steam front page on stream, and I just look for games to play, but then like some porn game is gonna get by the very clear I don't want to see porn games on my screen setting, and then I'll get banned. Because there are some games that do that. This game, there's a fuck ton of porn games on Steam that for some reason are not labeled as such. But yeah, I don't like, even if I did a stream like that, it'd be like, I've already done all the game hunting that I want to, like, off stream, right? I have 69 games on 69 games on my list already. Is that Fate Trigger? Is that Fat Rigger? First quarter of 2026, huh? Maybe I can actually run Fate Trigger nice, like, good now. Now that I have more RAM. Fate Trigger would have been the fucking play for testing. Just because that game ran like ass on stream. What are the specs on it? Can I see? You want more than that. Well, for streaming, I guess. God, this game did make me miss Trinova, huh? Just looking at it. Fate Trigger. Shoot guns. Fuck people over. Fun times. Huh. Also, I fucking saw, like, there's another game on my wish list, right? That's only in Japanese. It's only in Japanese and Chinese, right? Yeah. And it's like this it's like Danganronpa but with witch girls. And it's like, it's overwhelmingly popular on Steam, or overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which is crazy for an audience that's only in both China and Japan. And I want to play it so bad because I can't believe how highly renowned it is. But there's no English translation, so I'm just like, fuck. We're not family friendly here, folks. Unfortunate. I don't limit my audience to 18 plus, but I will say that this content is not intended for children. Children or anybody underage, please. Please avoid me if possible. And if you don't decide to avoid me, then at least keep yourself in check. Or else I'm gonna have to ban you. And I don't want to do that. Because it's gonna make me feel bad, but I know I have to do it as it's my responsibility as an adult. I'm sorry. Yes. Could you tell? Excuse me. I just had to get that out the way. I try my best. I try so hard. I try my best to set up all like the streamer red flags as like first impressions for any new viewer, or like anybody who like any new collaborator who be interested, or like any new like viewer, or like anybody who be interested in like working with me. I put like every red flag up even if I like reach out first, I'm like, hey, this is a really cool project. I'd love to be a part of it. And then they click up to a shoe. It's like, fuck everybody. I hate all of you. You guys suck. And how I'm gonna talk about all my peas and complain all the time about everything. And I ain't gonna hear any of it. It's just how my branding is. Jeez Louise. Another thing about me waking up only an hour or two ago is my throat isn't amazing in an amazing state right now. So here's what's gonna happen since we're already kind of leaking into game time. We are going to go straight to the game. But before we go straight into the game, I will go and be right back. I will use the restroom real quick because if I'm being honest, I didn't have time to do that before. So give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. But when I come back, we will play the game. Right? Oh, wow. You can't even see it. Look, BRB. Give me 1 second, guys. Just because the right choices are hard doesn't mean you stop making them. That's my favorite quote. It was in Marvel Rivals, and it was fucking Penny Parker that said that. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, damn, that's a good quote. I like that. Sorry, that's what I was thinking about. The other thing I was thinking about is when I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, damn, my hair is fucking crazy right now. It's because I didn't shower today. I woke up late. I just washed my face and brushed my teeth and then I came on. I don't know, like my hair, right? My hair gets very oily very often. Like I have to wash it every other day, which is the bare minimum. Or the maximum, really. Maximum? Maximum is the right word? You don't wash your hair every day, so you do it every other day. Whatever max or minimum that is. And because of that, because I didn't take a shower today. Today's a wash hair day, so because of that, my hair is very oily, and when it like sticks together, it looks like I look like a beach bro. My hair makes me look like I like took a dip in the water. And like there's like a bunch of like salt in it. Yeah, kind of that look. No, not beach girl. Like dudes have hair too. Guys can have hair. Either or, like I understand what you meant by that. Yeah, but also like my hair is like I have it like tied up in like a ball, or like I have it in a bun because I go to sleep with my hair in a bun. So I look like a disheveled like meat. Like if I put on like the sleeping mask but not like on my eyes but like over my head and up and over and wrapped on my head like that, I'd look like I just like rolled out of bed. Which isn't necessarily untrue, I'm not ready for today. My voice is not ready for it. Up. I gotta grab my controller actually. Give me 1 second. Oh, shit! Look, man. I actually don't even remember what the allegations are. I just know that I'm a dude. No female, no fudas, no femboys. I have to constantly fight these allegations against my regular community of like 5. Can't you see why I don't want a bigger community? Stop watching me. I'm like fighting a war over here. Or I'm fighting a battle that'll turn into a war. You know what I mean? I feel like a streamer that's so like susceptible to like the bully the streamer like stuff. And I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. Also, I'm glad that one thing that's becoming like more regular nowadays is hating on rage bait. I'm so glad Rage Bait is getting hated on nowadays. Bless. I knew I was always right. That shit sucks. Getting rage baited. It is straight up. I think it's just bullying under a different term. Well, you know, people are gonna call me a fucking like snowflake for saying that, right? But I know what it like. Fuck you. Yeah, it's like fuck you for not respecting that. So, let's talk. Last time on Ace Attorney, things happen. There have been some stark revelations. You know, we were investigating a case that seemed to be, you know, or well, it seemed to be like the main case, which was the lady's husband going missing, and I assumed that we were gonna find the husband dead somewhere. But what's actually ended up happening is there was a wrench thrown into that, where Ginny came in and she was like, "Hey, fuck, what's his face is dead. Infinite Chips guy. What's his name? The guy with the infinite chips. He ended up dying. And the defendant is Von Zeeks. We are defending Von Zeeks. And that means, who's the prosecutor? The prosecutor is Cosmo. So it's fucking a case where everybody is like coming to a head. Everybody who's a main character is gonna be related to this case, and I am excited, right? If you're interested in like the full of it, go watch the other streams, or like go watch another playthrough. You know what I mean? But I'm ready to just jump in here. As soon as my throat fixes itself. The 2nd of November, 8:28, 8:56 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courtroom. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Hi. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaking that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like... That's like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree? To be perfectly honest, so much has happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. Have you no idea how my stomach ails me this morning? Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. Shit. I appeared on screen. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear friend. Compared to my paltry engagement with a few trivial cases, The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would regularly commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Gina? It is. and my dad. Gina. And what's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? This is the symposium, isn't it?
Hey, it's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Hey, I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Hold on. Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper book. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper is just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out that it was him who killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes, indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Oda. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless. But there's nothing I can do. So you got to find whoever did this and make that wrench pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Alright then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Von Zeeks. Let's go. Yay! One who lost his treasured brother in a mass murder. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a little light on these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. Yeah, Sholmes has been, like, weirdly, like, right? I mean, I've always felt this about Sholmes. But whenever this game in particular, right, every time we kind of alluded to, like, yeah, something's happening, right? Something is wrong. He's always like, yeah, something is wrong, and you'll find out soon enough. Like, he knows something. He knows everything, I assume, right? Like, I assume that he knows Watson is dead. The 2nd of November, 9:20 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I declare... I declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial for the defendant Beric Von Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. I have been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Wow, you have a really... This is a really big flip, isn't it? Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed in these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions throughout the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. Wow, the Queen? How will that work, my lord? The burden of all the arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall be vacant for today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings in which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. That is true.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in court now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma? Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was the building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. A name known very well to this court. Shit. At least not for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest crimes 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same thing.
Yeah, that's what Gina told us too. There are a number of witnesses.
I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at a point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a couple inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when a target is at point-blank range.
I see. Yes, thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Okay.
Close range, huh? The thing is about Gregson's death is that we were assuming that, he had to been leaning down, no?
The murder weapon was also found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama. For not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, I have explained that the revolver was fired at an extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. The candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by a projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for your thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord. Kazuma. He's so cool. Fuck. Ryunosuke is just over there. God, he's such a... what a stud.
Naruto? Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Hugh Boone. To Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some other case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, Counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Von Zeeks? As the prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. The defendant will take the witness stand.
Really?
Really?
It's me. Hello. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Berg Von Zeeks, Old Bailey Prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Von Zeeks, that you heard the prosecutor Sogi's opening process?
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away, namely why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Von Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then. Witness!
Man, really? He's giving our first testimony? The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to that address. When I first entered that room, that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. What? So he didn't see the body at all until then? That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away nothing. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sugi.
It would appear that it would appear to be a singular tale.
Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well. He's kind of an asshole. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Oh, Kazuma. The facts of the incident. Okay. Huh. I mean, it would really depend, because where is... Right? Because he said he was investigating him, right? Oh, I can look at this. Ah! There's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look sort of like scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, so it seems like it. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. The thing is, the rest of the candles, right? The candle got shot up here, but the rest of the lights were still burning for some time. I think that's going to be important. Yeah, these burned similarly, but this one got shot up here at the top, which means... Could we get a time of death? I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looked like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Miss Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. You must have to use a lot of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off by gust of wind. I mean, I think that might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? Yeah, this is indeed a hairpiece. You put it on like this. Cute Von Zeeks, look at him. He's smiling. Tobias Gregson, 45 British. Time of death. Time of death. Maria Gori. Whose name is that? Oh, is that that's the girl, isn't it? Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun matches that of a standard issue firearm for members of the judiciary. Yeah, that's also why they're keeping this a closed case, because they suspect that even if it wasn't fucking Von Zeeks, it's someone in the judiciary. I assume, right? Or I assume that's what they're assuming.
The helmet of this charming police officer seems to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the whole charming part, but yes, you're right. The headwear looks like it's been heavily manhandled, almost as if somebody has been twisting it around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Ah! What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
It's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size.
So what is it for, I wonder?
Is it actually a key? I can't see it. It is a key. Oh, I thought it was a gun. I thought it was a gun or a knife. I'm like, oh, cool police knife. God. Where is it coming from? This looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does.
A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing in a figurine of policeman in the first place? And what's it for? A key for something? We haven't found something that uses a key, right? Did we already examine a gun? Wow, we didn't examine anything back before. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary then?
Yes, and when I asked for whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Ah, I see. Cool. What, someone who's been in the force for longer than 5 years? I'm surprised they didn't update my record about that. That seems important. There's something in this picture that's important. Like the brooch or that. The dismissal notice. Chief Warder Daily Vigil was relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits have been fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape of this prison convict, blah 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 blah, just prior to his execution. Details of his escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prisoner Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes: indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. And then we already looked at this. This is the picture of the guy. It's a pretty old picture, though, right? To the League of Redheads. 30th. I'm like trying to read everything else. Just in case. Alright. And we still have this, right? It's a very fine embroidery that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Cosmo Sogi. I've always been carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with your reading in bed, or the like? Alright, let's get pressing. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to the address. Excuse me. You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identify a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof that I needed. Is the court then to understand that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy of his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address of Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Von Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you're investigating the victim. And yet, you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. Hold it! Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down, and it would have been reasonably light outside. The room has windows, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside,
making it so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say?
Are you quite sure?
I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling that there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here.
Yeah, I remember. And that's where the oil lamp, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
Did he shoot himself?
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence.
Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere else outside the room?
No, that's out of the question.
Oh.
Without doubt, the room emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
This is going to be bad. It's going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. It was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then, the gunshot you fired came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took into your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with the answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without a thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
Well, they burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson had appeared before me.
What do you mean by that? In what way do you mean the body disappeared? Or appeared? Shit.
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, it was there.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of a man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. What? My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak von Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts.
What? What is that supposed to mean?
Goodness gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
His testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct.
No, that's impossible. The candle, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, if there was a flaw that I had to pick out of this, it would have been this, right? Because the candle was still, the other candles were still burning, right? Even though that candle got shut out, right? Damn, but they did the thing. They did a thing where it was him who pointed it out, not me. Because I wasn't gonna point it out. That's my defendant. Wait, you hear this theme? They Europeanized Kazuma. Kazuma, you've been whitewashed. Yeah, this is Kazuma's themes, right? But instead of it being like a... Yeah, it's different. Very, it's using an organ. And glockenspiels. And it's a heavier string. Now I think about it, I don't know what they use in... I don't know what they use for his Japan theme. This is sick. How does that prove anything? You examine the tip of the long candle. Typo? You can examine the tip of the long candle. You see that it has been blown by a powerful impact. Who's it? I'm a person, Kazuma. The F is upside down. Kazuma, I know you're not, you don't speak English, right? Or you're a foreign student, right? What? Come on. I thought we went to college for this stuff, man.
It would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We can reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of, why has only one ended up longer than the others?
That must be because of that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning.
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would have still been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light that was still thrown by the candelabrum. Candelabrum? And the accused claims that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims to have never visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. It is in that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the content of the police documents can't be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which is from 10 years ago.
10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar.
The professor... Oh, your dad?
There's a common thread linking all of these documents on that board.
Indeed. What is a common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zieks.
Look at that face he's making. I got you now. Oh, silly you. That face is crazy.
I like to see you one up this one.
All of them?
And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord.
Ah, he was doing his Reaper work in there, he's saying, right? Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, all because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Shit! Oh no.
In short, the dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and the base of his operations.
But the Reaper's hideout?
And yet the Reaper would actually claim never to have been in his own secret hideout. No one will believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. He's saying that Von Zieks was in the room before Gregson came in. Gregson came in, shot, and then Von Zieks shot Gregson. He died, and then the whole thing about everything else happened with the witnesses, right?
Backwards. Explain, counsel.
Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hands.
What?
What? Ow! Jesus. Look how he stands up, man.
Order! 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 Holy shit! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak Von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with great regret that I concur with Prosecutor Von Sogi's assertion. Wow, I'm so used to saying Prosecutor Von Zieks. That the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
I will say that the whole board thing is subjective. Very subjective. All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable.
Yeah, he did the whole present thing.
Counsel, you will submit the board as you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it is fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord.
I'd like to go at it too, please.
And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw the events unfold on the day in question.
Can I look at it right now, actually?
We can look at... Ooh.
Oh. Bloody handprint. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yeah, there's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing.
Oh, so it's upside down.
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
The paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red Head League advertisement that Mr. Shones has been printed out.
And do you remember? There was a red hair piece in the scene too.
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent on the Red-Headed League then? Are we gonna find something about a Sholmes? Right? What if they're investigating Sholmes? No, because, yeah, right? Because the other person that was involved in that is Sholmes. And, like, well, we saw the other, like, red-headed piece, right? It's so interesting right now.
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember.
Yeah, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Certainly, my lord. Oh, it's you. So, witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court.
Names?
We do not use names. Far too fancy for the likes of this.
Little Red Riding Hood? Oh, God. Hold up, give me 1 second, guys. What the fuck is happening? I really hope that there wasn't a woman here, but here we are. God damn. Sorry.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give all my faggots there as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
That's one big bottom lip, right? Why did your name change there? Do you see that? Wait, what happened? Why did your name change there? What the fuck? You see that, right? It changed to your @ Why did it do that? Did YouTube change something in the middle of my stream? It changed to your tag. What the fuck? No, it doesn't look clean anymore. What happened? Oh, it changed back. Wait, what? I don't know what magic you're doing. Are you hacking my stream? Is that what you're doing right now? Cerseus. Hold on, man. You weren't supposed to. Hey, stop it! My stream. What value do you have of hacking me?
Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make livings by selling wares on the street? Oh, yes, everyone calls me gossip.
What was your? That's your voice now.
I sell jaunty little tidbits for passerbys, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits.
You got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 pence is the price, and not a penny less.
Ooh. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man counts. What the fuck? Alright, 6 pence it is.
You won't forget the sir. Now you got your listening ears on. Just between you and us, a young couple on Slice Street had just had twins.
Why would I care about that? Is that it?
No, that's not all.
It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to be spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. The more I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I'm curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours, damn. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Can we go to the next witness? God, this guy's weird. Then, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me, funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
What the fuck? Whoa.
6 pence a pop, what you say?
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yes, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that they get 100, they could blow up the school.
What the okay.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. Do you know what they say then? Want a pop with 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in one little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel. What the fuck, guys? Alright. I'll buy it. And I at least think everyone should get like a piece, right? One person gets one vendor. But no, it's all on me, huh? My wallet, man. I don't make enough money for this.
Lovely stuff. Right then. This is a bit something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence. What the That's big. 600. It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about it, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. I was thinking about that. That could be the bang, right? And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell?
I think of all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on without me. They call me the Observer.
Get out, old man. Everyone called you sandwich and you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem. As they say, I give advice, I do, and think of what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we do have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning till night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. Yeah, just keep switching back and forth.
I see. And thus, they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Oh, well, I'll just be beggared, I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Why is it what this? What do you think is so like we is a shadow playing with our eyes? Is that even real?
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You'll describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. I'm already over all of these voices. I don't want to do them. We saw the whole day from start to finish. We did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute. After the Reaper had gone inside, and we heard a big bang.
It seems to me that they were quick to talk, as quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Ran into the room, and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me. So I ran off to find a copper.
Uh-huh. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Bert von Zieks.
I've seen pictures of the Ripper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folklore stories like this, so I made myself a taste some already.
But wait, the room is just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the lease holder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Bone.
Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone?
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No!
Oh, is that what it's based off of? That means it's Boone, right? Yeah, Boone. I thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Yes, my lord.
In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters.
I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Before we do that, actually, I want to look at the new evidence we got. Fireworks.
Have you an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of the fireworks.
Sorry. It's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said she would blow up the courtroom. Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It almost sounded exactly like...
A gunshot! Yeah! Ha! I knew it. I'm gonna keep forgetting the guy in the middle's voice. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. And that's his voice. That's his voice now. I gotta lock that in. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment we went inside. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Von Zeeks? I suppose. It's the likes of us who don't know the names of High and Mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? Oh. No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 50 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 50 minutes before. Are you sure about that? Oh, I'm sure. Doesn't seem like likely that I'd forgotten a fellow with the bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair was really red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mob still burns in my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was redheaded? Weren't you listening, chum? Yes, he was redheaded. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't, in fact, Inspector Gregson at all, but, in fact, some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Oh, there's a picture of him. Oh, this is what I was scared of. Just look at the photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Why'd you have to go out like this, man? Yeah, that's Inspector Gregson, all right.
And a red hairpiece. Of course! We saw one on the floor when we were investigating the scene, didn't we?
I still refuse to believe that Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though.
And why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does suit the man, as one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, counsel.
Oh, Gregson. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared? What? You expect us to be watching the building every second, dude? Do you? Whoopsies. That's your profile picture? Oh. Ew.
We definitely saw him going. Some in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
No. Ugh. Ugh, your voice. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we heard a big bang.
Hold it!
Kajima.
By which presumably you mean the gunshot?
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it would probably sound a little bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building?
That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Oh, well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French like to call a fait accompli. I keep moving by accident. Fait accompli. That was... Yeah, he had like a heart attack. And then someone just decided to shoot him post-mortem. When the Reaper was around. When the Reaper was around, the people were going into the ground. I mean, that's what he does, doesn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clear motive for the crime.
Yeah. It's certainly an eminable, credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct? It's like that restaurant in Texas, the Heart Attack Grill, or whatever the hell. It seems to me that the quick to talk is quick to walk gossip didn't even see what happened. So when Gossip ran inside to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, I'm a bit hampered. You see, all the signs are that I can't be...
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible that you and I have met before?
I am not anybody. Me, the signs are what make me who I am now. I saw it, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as some omnibus driver just under a year ago then? Yeah, that's who he was.
I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Oh, did I turn out like Henry Street and Black Widower's arms is just there? Oh dear, you made him hide behind a sign.
Life is full of surprises. I ran into the room, and there he was, Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked down the door like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Von Zieks claims that all he heard was a man scream, though.
And it was dark inside the room. No, not dark at all. There was candles burning on the wall. Really? There was a fella collapsed on the floor. And just between us, this is the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see.
Even though Lord Von Zieks claims not to have seen any such light on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Beric Von Zieks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was shocked. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm not no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold hard stare myself. No, you didn't, you liar. Everybody knows you didn't. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to be empty in the head right now. Just 2 slices with no middle. So, I don't know what could have wanted me.
You probably did it. Did you kill the old man? Did you kill Inspector Gregson? Are you the professor? I think that maybe you just remember something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is we're nothing's really. We tried to dress ourselves as something else, but we at the end of the day we're just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. I keep forgetting his voice. I really do.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it? Oh, you rotten Vigor. I told you to keep that secret.
He screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true? Oh, well, the floor was dead slippery, that's why. I'm putting my hand on... That's your voice now. Putting my hand on a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare. And don't you forget it. Let's go back a little. Did you see you got blood in your hand? I did. It happens to the best of us sometimes, doesn't it? I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped and got blood on my hand, and I quickly wiped it off on the floor. No, he got blood on the signboard, which is strange because it's on like the other side of the room, isn't it?
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, who wants blood on his hands, eh? Yeah, horrible stuff, and they might have thought I'd done it. Huh? No, ta! And you didn't think that might be a problem? Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get it cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message for all of us. Is something... wrong voice.
Is something wrong, Counsel?
No, my lord. Was that an impression of me? I don't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all. Didn't come to me. Don't come at me at all with that. Oh, you can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor. The blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have uncovered a vital clue. Yeah, he wiped it off on the board. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off and found a copper. So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, May. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and I then heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it.
I wonder what on earth was going on.
That's your voice, yeah, that's good. Which is when you went to find a policeman?
And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
I never felt more uncomfortable in my life. And then the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper has carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end.
If I can't find any holes in this testimony, I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo.
The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there?
If Lord Von Zeeks is really innocent, then I am almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up.
You don't think that one of these three is the true culprit, do you?
I don't know, but what I do know is that there are more to this case than that is yet to be brought to light. I slipped up. My controller disconnected. My computer's lagging because of that. I'm sorry, I'll never do that bit again. Alright. This is wrong. You got it on the notice board, you fool! So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
The police found no such handprints on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprints found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. This is a new model too. He's usually smiling during this.
Yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in a distinctive color of blood.
You're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over on the floor. In that case, it's quite possible that the witness's handprint could have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room of the victim, and in an upright position. If it had been somehow toppled over while it was lying on the floor at the same time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. I saw it was basically right next to the corpse. There's not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you've formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. One that you most definitely have right now and are thinking of, right? Right? Shit. Fuck. I don't.
I have, my lord. Oh, shit. The discrepancy between the victim's account and the location of the handprint is explained by false testimony? One of them is lying? I would say false testimony here. But is it the right answer? But they wouldn't have any reason to lie, though. Right? Or are we trying to pin it on one of them?
Also, they would have had to like coordinate it with each other. Can I look at the I just want to look at the floor plans again. Does it say how it opens? Or well, the doorknob is on this side, right? So it swings open this way. Whoa, open, and then you walk in, right? Wait, if the door opens like this, right? If it swings out this way, they would have had to walk in a little bit, right? And then they'll see him over here. Or well, this is also assuming that the door doesn't open all the way, right? If the door does open all the way, then what I'm saying doesn't make sense. But like say the door opens only at a 90-degree angle. Open, they have to walk in, the floor's right there. He falls back, he wipes his hand. But then where's the blood here? There's no other handprints. That's for a fact. I don't think the board moved. False testimony? The witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor, yet no sign of that remains on the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying.
Objection.
Just because it's the simplest explanation doesn't make it the correct one. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Posting perjury simply because it suits you. You bring shame on your Japanese heritage? Ow, fuck. Wait, so it was the board moving. My bad. Fucking sorry. Shit, dude. The board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court has seen, it's upside down. That is true. Wait, it was his right hand, he says?
No, goodness gracious, it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers would be pointing upwards, would they?
What? What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection.
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell us the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be...
the position of the notice board at the time of the incident.
Counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain...
What the fuck? This is a lot for me. I'm not following this.
At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board be situated?
Yeah, because they show the door here, right? Like over here, right? Like right here? Because the door opens, he has to walk in, the dude. And if everything is where it is, where it's like in this corner, right? He has to be over here, and then it has to be like right here, right?
Take that.
Right, it was right here, my lord.
Goodness. No, I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic.
I'm disappointed, Ryunosuke. In Japan, we're taught to have patience and respect for our elders. Shit. So until our lordship sees your logic, you will know your place and not move from that spot. Shit! How brilliant Cosmo-sama, that almost sounded reasonable at first, but he was just thinking of you. Unreasonable? Try unfathomable. Anyway, I think I have the answer now. I totally didn't just make that shit up. Fuck. This case is already hard. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Wait, no, he had to have gotten blood on his hand, right? If he got blood on his hand, it would have been like next to him, no? This is the weirdest part. Where is he getting the blood from? Right?
Cool. Must have been moved. Yes. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court sees it now, it is upside down. Yes? I'm pretty sure, right? We found it upside down? Yeah, we just... Yes. So it... Wait, so it had to have been... It had to have been, had fallen over. Right? So it had to have been like this. But he said he fallen on his butt, right? Which means it would have, like, he would have had, like this, right? This is because this is his right hand. His butt's right here. He would have fallen like this. He touched blood, and he fell over. It would have had to be next to the body then, right? It has to be, like, right here. Like, over here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would like to think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Heck! Oh wow, that's nowhere near where I pointed. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candle would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true. Or, in his precise words,
Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Well, I don't know if I heard the scream but that he was talking about. No. Well, I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would have happened if the room was thrown open or the room door was opened with force. That can't be. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Wait, this makes no sense, because he would have seen everything if he just... Didn't he say he walked to the... Oh, no. Did he say he walked to the desk, or that he couldn't make it to the desk before he saw everything? Right? He said he went to the... Wait, no, because the notice board wasn't there in the first place. He went to the desk first. He would have seen the light. Wait, this doesn't make sense to me. Right? He enters the room. Light doesn't just stop, right? It doesn't stop from one thing. Yeah, it's different if it's like a blackout curtain or like if there's a wall there, but it's a notice board and the other side of the board and there's no wall for the other side of the light, right? Am I just not catching something here?
Goodness gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He simply described what he saw. Ow. Order, counsel. How does this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
What? Oh, me, my lord. It's my controller. Venus is like scared for her life, man. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anyone else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You'll each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Oh, just stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. The mystery of the moving board. I don't know anything about that notice board there. I just want my hand on it, that's all.
well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Just me. Just look at my son at the crossroads of life.
It was a Reaper, I bet. He got the face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective's so tired when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witness, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise amount of what happened.
Oh, but what if the light was already out? Oh, wait, that means he would have died earlier then, right? Way earlier?
That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's as endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's why I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as his testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could have possibly have committed this crime is Berg von Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well, you may proceed, counsel.
Okay. No, it's starting to make sense to me. Kind of. I don't know anything about their... I'm sorry, I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board that you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's there to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No. I imagined the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful, well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anyone else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all quiver. What the fuck?
In other words, the witness was unable to give definite testimony on that point.
Yes, it would seem.
Does she rub it on her butt, or does she kick her foot up? I swear I just saw her foot. Oh no, she does just rip it. Use some moisturizer, girl. Shit, unless she has like a match pad like sewn to like all of her like dresses. That shit's dry. It's like sandpaper. Don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was just doing some business with second years at the time.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you say you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's a priory school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have a plan to blow up their school when to Kingdom Come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know that the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off him. And then, praise the Lord again, all the kids come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Of course. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Don't move.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
What the fuck? Ah! Why would you throw them?
Well, telling barefaced lies is really my kind of thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, then could we leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
Huh?
Let's say there were a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is my kind of thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth, in which case she's not a liar? Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but it seems to me that you're suggesting that Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
Oh.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet innocent face, young lady. Holy crap, she's gonna blow up this fucking courtroom.
So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room when the gunshot seemed to have come from, but there was someone else who crept in the stairs behind him too. That's right, the rotten liar over there.
Just like us.
Hehe, hehehehe.
Hehe, teehee, to head pedal. You're just like, bleh.
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
I thought we established this last time. They all went, so yeah, she clearly lied just now.
What did I tell you, eh?
Ah, stop throwing that shit!
I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers pack such a punch? Also, we're like okay with firecrackers nowadays. Like, they're like mini bombs. There's nothing to like regulate them.
So, you indeed visited the scene of the crime, did you, young man? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this pernicious act later. For the time being, you immediately amend your testimony and reflect on the truth.
Oh yes, my lord. Of course.
Wow, you're an evil lady. Maybe I did sneak along gossip and have a little peek into the room when it all happened.
MAULED!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Alright, just a little bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Oh. Did you touch anything in the scene?
Oh, please. As if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Alright, just a little bit then. I had to look to see if there's anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but there was nothing to write home about.
Huh? Right. Now, I
I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. It just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Alright then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
Oh, you're telling us you did move that board?
I think it did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb pop! What the fuck?
I don't believe it. This girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky in my imagining
The truth now! Oh,
I found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose.
what a bit of...
But a bit of junk like this isn't worth much if you ask.
It
was you, was it?
You're the one who took it. Oh, Gina? Yeah, she's like the world's first rage baiter, huh? She's fucking just leading us on. She's cute, but to what extent? She's a fucking menace. We're trying to solve a crime. This is a closed court, lady. You're one of the only people allowed here because you saw it. And you're gonna fucking lead us on a like a little whimsical adventure because you like lying?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was a present from Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he is waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once. Blimey was he upset. He gave me a rifle earful. So he and Mr. D in the last 10 years, polishing it off and winding it. It meant the world to him. That watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
It's not at all there. I took it to Jabiz the night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it was working. Knocked it about in worth, as he called it. Ah! I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back once we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough.
That's enough. Hand the watch over to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord. The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabiz didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed, it appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Everything is pointing to the fact that he died at 5. I don't think he died at 5. There's no cause of death on the autopsy. And I really don't think he died at 5. If there was no light happening, or if there was no light burning from the candle, I assume he died way earlier. I assume he died way earlier, and the candles were just burning, and then it went out at some point.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved, at least.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ah.
Now then, continuing cross-examination, please, counsel.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just he is so
sad. He feels sad. Yeah, let's look at the pocket watch. I'm just curious. The glass over the face is really badly cracked. Look. Wait, there's like a specific impact point though, right? Right there.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I think it should.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But remember kindly that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not some odd job man.
Is that exactly what he is? A guy that does odd jobs? Yeah, and the thing at the top is broken off too, I assume, right? Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see it?
Oh yes. That's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism.
It looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you just need to find the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's the right size to fit this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully to see if we already found it.
I know we found it. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here. Look.
I suppose there must have been a little knob or something for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch that could still be at the scene, maybe. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, so if we look at the key now, right? Could we unlock it? The helmet of the Warsaw Charming is twisting around for fun. Shall we try to twist around for fun? Ah, what's that? Oh, it's a key. It's some kind of key. Oh, wow, look at this key. I wonder what it's for, the key. Look at the key. Wow, do you guys remember what the key looked like?
Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again.
Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up at all. What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling that this could have profound implications.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. It's one of those like Dora moments, you know what I mean? Oh, I wonder where the key to this watch is. I hope we had this. I really wish we had this key. It's like a test. It's like, are you looking at everything? You better be looking at everything. I wonder where the key to this door is. Where's the key to this watch? Okay, so yeah, it's fabricated then, the time. The time has to be fabricated to some extent. Which means, yes, he didn't die at 5. Oh, hell yeah. There's no, because it was just like he failed to wind it up. And it could have been, faked, the time.
I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It is all I know, and I know all of it. To make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go see what happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the Zion family. If I had spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
What the fuck? What? Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo Sinians. Does that mean you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at a crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for removing the notice board?
Well, we know already. They all, like, either lied or, like, have said something, right? Abstinence or otherwise. They're guilty of abstinence, perjury, or being dumb. It was the Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell us that you haven't noticed. He looks like he eats everything in the world, that fella. But on notice boards, that's the one thing he likes. You can see in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eye off that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper. Not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared. I couldn't. But you never know what fiend like that might try to do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off of the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not that he was the one who moved the notice board. That I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it. If you heaved that thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. They love just fucking saying things. I can't see how this changes anything anyway.
MAULED!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe it was the notice board that fell over, or maybe it didn't, or maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's paid his deal either way because of the gunshot we heard.
My diaphragm hurts doing that. Cause you constantly gotta like fucking pulsate, and you gotta like go in and out with your stomach or like their diaphragm, which is around the stomach area. Ah, it hurts.
So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. What the fuck? In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story,
It may be possible to change all of our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
his nose is just around. Yeah, it's like a Vienna sausage. Or like a hot dog. Not much to go on.
As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved. So somebody must have done it.
And it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right. And it's not relevant to the case.
But it seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view.
It's a corn it's a corn dog. Corn dog.
So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this.
Yeah. And I know what you mean.
I've no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track. I can feel it. Just follow your instincts.
Alright then. Well, we've already pressed everything, right? So I mean, I think we just present the clock to that last one, right? Because the last one is the only one that's relevant to the time. Oh, whoops.
Objection!
Yo! I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh,
At the scene, we found this key to a winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
a key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which the entire case has been built on. What? What?
Order! But, Counsel, the watch has stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the clock tells us nothing other than when it was wound down. Yeah. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. So obviously it's when the crime was committed.
Order! Order!
They're British. Order. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall when Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come to at the pub. He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him. And that watch?
That watch did. Fuck. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Let me fucking talk. Can I look at them again?
Well, how do you explain it then?
Cool. I will. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his clock. You can't mean. What would stop a man from winding his watch if he'd had the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. He forgot to wind his clock, like how Gossip is winding his body. You see that? He's a fucking DNA spiral.
Order! Counsel, this is the most extraordinary claim.
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim that he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? The coroner never put anything on the thing.
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked in the door. What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand on the dirty grey pebble of blood.
Yes? So the victim's blood hadn't been dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
That blood can be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available at every street corner?
Shit. Well, it need necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
The gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What?
Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realm possibility for
that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please. What are you trying to say?
You guys... Ocelot, no weird. And it was a loud bang that came from that there room.
Now you listen to
Why do you have a whip?
a street seller's ears are his livelihood, as well as his whip. I'm in all of you.
Sandwich, dude. We have a liar, another liar that carries bombs, and an old man with a whip. A senile old man with a whip. This isn't. We're not safe. I don't doubt your ears, sir. But you all can state with certainty that you heard a noise. Eh?
Explain yourselves then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot that could have been made with
This.
Take that!
this. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. I knew it was going to come up at some point.
Goodness gracious. The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying that I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot shot, in fact.
Oh,
You're trying to suggest that somebody set off one of those fireworks at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him for creating a sound like a gunshot, for those peddlers at Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else enter the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrick von Zeeks.
one whiff of a match and my fireworks go pop. See? It's why people like him.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Let's not get off topic, please. Recently, during my time here in Bryn, I learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb?
Good heavens, a bomb!
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like.
Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
No, wait. It's like whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce a sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim seems to have will be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What evidence? I don't know. What proof do you have to suggest any way that a time device has been employed to create a gunshot sound?
I don't know. This is such like a... This wasn't the conclusion I was coming to. Oh, Gregson. It's so upsetting to see you dead, really. It truly is. I don't know. The only things that could have been timed is the... Oh, is it the watch again? He used the watch to set off a bomb? It's the watch or the candle, and I think it's the watch.
Take that!
You're suggesting that this could have been used as some sort of time delay device?
I did think so, my lord, but it's becoming increasingly clear that we've already been misguided here.
Objection.
Yes, by you. What?
No, counsel, the time has come for a penalty without delay.
Fuck! Did I save? Did I save just now? I did, right? Or I didn't. Shit, I probably didn't. Wait, hold up.
This is gonna take us, I think, a bit far back. Oh no, we're here. The candle? Oh, was one of them? It was blown up by the firecracker and not by a gunshot?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of these candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, it was struck with a bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There was gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are. Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching marks around the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's true, actually. Yes, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the victim is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be a result of a gunshot. You're suggesting that it came from the fireworks.
How could that be, eh?
Yeah. I saw. Oh, really? Shit! Are you kidding me? On the target. Oh. The candle that's there, such visible scorching on the candle, well, they understand, right? Suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse from the firecrackers, generating a loud holy crap. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe that they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than what we were led to believe. Sorry, my old man's coming out. The previous day even.
Now just hold your horses. All this lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
Yeah, right. I'm just like, sure, go off, Yunosuke. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this, obviously anybody could wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Converse slowly. Oh, very impressive, Yunosuke Naruhodo. Why do you keep calling me by my full name? I don't know. We've been apart for a year, and now I don't know who you are. Kazuma, I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Where are we going with this? I also noted the lack of time of death on this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. We're good. Oh, where are we going with this? Order! 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 Prosecutor Sogi! You dare insult your majesty! Like, what is happening?
What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of British judiciary are present to observe today's trial. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident?
Do you know?
The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence that we've been presented with so far, I'd say that it's fairly apparent that what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
The professor? Or the Reapers?
Yeah, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can be explained to the court. The case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson before his death. Let me just save again. I'm pretty sure I just saved, but I want to save again one more time. Yeah. Fucking flew out of my mind that I did it.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggesting the case being investigated by...
Oh, is it the... Wait, no, it wasn't the professor case. Was he looking into the red people? I assume it's the notebook.
Take that!
I can't say that I find your answer suggestive of anything in particular. Other than perhaps that it's utterly wrong.
Fuck! I love how the music just fucking stops, right? We're in such a pivotal moment. Fuck, you got it wrong. I can't believe you got it wrong. The momentum, man. What, is it the wig? How do I prove that it's the red people? He was investigating because this isn't.
Take that!
Rewind time. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume that it was a part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
Well, yeah, but I just didn't. It was either or, right? I think he was always looking into the professor case, but this is what he was actually looking at the time.
What on earth is this about? Is there an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
Grand deception of what nature, counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across London and tricking them into small sums of money. You might call it a somewhat pyramid scheme. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord, the defense calls for these 2 men to be summoned at once.
The two redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. And it's also very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals.
and it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur, and we cannot go with good conscience and leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these two red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Sogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Wow, the first break of the trial today. Oh, it's a to be continued? Oh, wow. It looks like we'll be playing for a bit longer then, huh? We're going to be going through trial part 1 and 2 today, maybe. The 2nd of November, 12:33 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Yep.
Oh, there you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I, possibly more shocked than the both of you. That's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yeah. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission.
Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe.
I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued simply by a rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose.
The two criminals in question are the pair that we saw arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took them in. Thanks to a good tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly. So it's gonna be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why did the inspector have been investigating them then? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Don't tar him in with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue with Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Von Zieks for some reason.
The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Von Zieks,
and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we arrived at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my fellow. The recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should be the one to take the defense.
Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder?
I get the feeling that we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato?
Yes.
Let's go! We're going in! Let's go! Yay! The 2nd of November, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
You're on the stand. Hi, Von Zeeks. You didn't even talk to us.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again.
Also, I'm pretty sure Kazuma's going on a whole thing about like the British justice system is flawed or whatever. And I think he's going to be right, but maybe we're gonna tackle that together with him.
We resume the closed court hearing of Barry Von Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi,
My lord.
have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
Why is my... Yeah. Why? It just keeps happening. Or, well, it's just your tag now. I think there was an update, Mitch. That's what I was talking about earlier, right? It's just your tag now. Instead of your name. Something must have happened. These two men are currently being held by police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names for now for court.
Oh, I am Fabian de Rousseau. A descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi.
You're a guy?
I am the son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners of Napoli.
Yep, that's your voice. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduated from Temzik is the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Allah, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain.
Not that they all became your tag, but it like slowly transitioned. I first noticed it when it first happened, right? And I was like, why is your name a tag? And then it went back to just your name, and then it went back to your tag, and then it did it again. And then finally it's just your tag now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure YouTube has is like experimenting with something like right now.
That is all I am trying to do, huh?
So that's the only reason this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Every message is tagged now? Really? That's funny. Yeah, they carried out mid. It was mid. That's so funny. The update's been finalized. And now the chat will be harder to read. Realistically, because tags, they tend to be full of nonsense. Look at that name. What do these numbers mean? I just need to see you as Cercius. Or like, as Ambrosia. Or am I going to see like your tags now? I'm going to be like, who are you? Gonna find out, yeah.
Oi. You can say that? Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. The strange combination is a charm of the hilarious brothers. See, couple. Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 songs for you to say. Hey, shit. Are you about to tell me about the grandiose anecdote of Eva?
My controller.
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Cibello, there it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. Oh. It is deeper, capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words.
Controller! I don't want to talk to these guys anymore. Any longer than I have to.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is that true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Hello. I will explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have a vivid red hair, no? At the school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he
Your voice is.
he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Oh yeah, those dogs. One day, the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head into his pillow and weep for injustice. He says, "Bien, Pepino. Enough. I will explain the rest." The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Your voice is getting weird too. Yeah, we noticed that. It was this one, I believe, entitled "To the Red-Headed League."
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the dates specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with the money to France.
It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was the most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by the witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrel.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with each and every single person that day.
Oui, I have seen more red people in one day than I will see for the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see the couples here, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rosy, you will now give for your formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are. We are always ready to help with the law.
The man in the photograph.
We had more than 1,000 little-headed people assembled at the park on live streams all day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Laura! The victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
You've given sworn testimony that this man is in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui. I am certain. Certain. We did not interview the man. We did not interview that man. Nobody looks like this. Looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
Man. Is this offensive? I hope he's Italian. I'm trying real hard.
It must be noted that you were arrested on grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assertions.
Oof! With this attitude, we get to nowhere.
He's really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dating a day before the incident. It reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event at the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that was when he was killed.
Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord. Let's go, Kazuma. We had more than the 1,000 red-headed people assemble at the park. Unless you that day.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. The heads had come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here. He was a magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted their money. Peppino, the £4 per week. Per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did.
Because every single one of them paid us 5 shillings?
We take their names and we take their money. And we take their addresses too. And I tell them to take some day to let them know. By a first finito. Maybe 2 minuto a person. We start early the next morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who would have thought that there were thousands of such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was the great detective with a chemically altered hair. But I do not recall the man in this photograph, a capo. He doesn't look at all familiar. I'm gonna go now. Fall asleep. In the ever night. Yeah, the ever night. The ever night. March? Go do what you gotta do. Bye-bye. Go sleep. My mental cognition is never gonna be the same. Go to sleep. Bye-bye. Good night. Go do what you gotta do.
No, I don't think so. This is a way guy. He was trying to trick us.
See you next stream. Bye-bye.
I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
That I won't miss. Sure. You won't miss the next stream, surely. I can't even fathom it. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, signore. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was at the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh?
No, I do not remember him. And obviously he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not at the park. Not at the park. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. True. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How can you be so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there were some other information you could give us, maybe we can then recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. That is, we are sure of that fact, huh? If there were a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache was not much the color, I do not think we could have forgotten him. Cosmo said that these two had only been shown the photograph when they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. His profession. His name? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember him in this situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is Monsieur Gregson. Yes.
Name's teleporting. I did not listen to any of them.
Oh.
It was not a real interview, huh? It was just a photo show. Why would I remember the names?
That is right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph is not there. And we have already said. Oh, I see.
It seems there is little to be gained from pursuing this point any further.
Tell him again that's what they said, Peppino. Si, capo. Si. I say it again and again.
Hold it!
I'm gonna just run through this again. His fish and chips. I could certainly appreciate just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember him in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar or smoked salmon.
Or spaghetti. Me, I love spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea. Tell them again that we said before, Behino.
Si, capo, si. I say it again and again.
Hold it!
Really? Are none of these gonna result in anything? His profession? I certainly can appreciate not knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember him in this situation. But what if I told you that the man with the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man is a photograph. A detective.
Yes. It would appear that he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry.
But this does not change any. This does not change nothing.
Excuse me!
Aha, it does change something. Something to add, Mr. DeRosie?
Si. I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Eh? What did you say? Just to say about the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have already said enough. But why, capo? Why is that the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from the Scotland Yard.
What? Good lord. Wow.
Order! Explain this vault face in your testimony at once.
It is simple. The man was at the was at the park.
Oh, shit.
The man was at the park, said to us that he was an inspector.
There is no such man.
Madai! What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came into the park.
Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me many times, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster.
But you are inferior to me in every other way. So shut up.
Yeah, fuck you. You shut up, man.
Oh. Trupta, the damage is done.
Indeed.
Indeed it is, sir. Wait, there was a man who came to the park as if he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, the face is completely different.
See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shaven. His eyes were a sadder. His chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the capo here. He take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said that he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
I'm sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake.
Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we were in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastico. Look, here is the identification.
You stole it from the man.
He had the coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed. The person described does not appear to have behaved like a true inspector would. However, I believe that it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Inspector identification recorded in... Okay.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Thank God, finally. Can I look at these? Metropolitan Police Warrant Card. Police Warrant Card? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known all those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is genuine identification book issued to Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. That's crazy. Wait, what? That means he was killed. That means the person who was investigating them is a fake, right? It wasn't Gregson, which means Gregson was already dead by that point, right? Oh, no.
Hold it!
But we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do, huh?
True.
Uffa! We are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, and now we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question everything we say. Single thing we say, we are the victims here. Hey, Capel.
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to try to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
You had to bring that up, huh? Not fair. Hey, Capel.
Hold it!
What happened? What do you mean by that?
Clover, you promised not to say, hey, Capel.
After we had taken the monies that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunker K to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops.
See, but it is an easy mistake to make. Easy mistake to make. Huh? The first, the 31st.
Oh, yeah, I have no sympathy for you. We're all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the great-headed detective caught us.
Capel, you know what I think. It was the work of God. It is holy punishment, eh?
Pepino, for the last time, this is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Your fault.
Aye.
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake. But when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pastor.
Oh, and I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much. We didn't know already.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim that they didn't see him.
I must say, they don't appear to be telling lies.
Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well.
Surely, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught.
Well, yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me that we need more information.
Definitely.
Is it he had to have been in the park because this is real. This thing is real. It's very real. I think that's what we're trying to prove right now.
Objection!
Yeah. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's. No question about it. About it.
As expected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
The law!
Oh. Stand up.
Hurrah! Hurrah! But if the boss had identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he say.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? Hey, what are you saying?
Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen.
No.
Ora! Holy shit! Ora!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
Hey! I know nothing, way. I done nothing, way. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you have to behave more like a master of criminals than that, no? Oui! Now I wish I had to return to Italia. Oui! So crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Lovey, quit your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing, we. I done nothing, we.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about the identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Wee!
Please stop crying. For crying out loud. Please stop crying. You guys are fucking annoying. Stop crying. Stop. The detective and it. Why are you guys crying?
So truly is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night in a secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him inside the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. The next morning, we let him go. We spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like at the prison, really. Ah!
Stop! Shut up! Stop! Crying!
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. A couple. It was never a part of my plan. I swear it. Uffa. So you think this was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date at the ferry wrong. Just by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favore, capo. It is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Ugh. I do not believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, you will proceed with cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his pair's hideout. I'm so tired of these guys already. These guys are so annoying. Seriously, alright. The truth is, which is crazy. It's fucking crazy. You guys took him prisoner? Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. But I am sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think...
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old, empty house behind the park on Live Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired. Eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was in the house described that you confirmed Inspector Gregson, was it? Or imprisoned?
Oh, oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that it was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right. But we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared. Why?
Because if he had come to the park, why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police and blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to a no good without a doubt.
Without a doubt? I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right, eh, Capo? The point is we were not able to escape from London immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take them on prisoner.
But what I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten the names for name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, the address, Scotland Yard Homicide Division. He said,
What?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started saying that he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the Corps what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? Excuse me.
We did!
You took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to
Hold
him.
it!
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was forgery?
I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking that it must be false, eh, Capo? Oi, it is just as Patino has said. We were convinced that he was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside the locker room. Then we made preparations to transport all their money.
In for a penny, in for a pound. There might have been a little tussle, but...
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly?
Oh boy, it was nothing, a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work, eh, Capo?
What happened?
It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what did he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tried to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again. Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again, and took him back there to the room.
Excuse me.
Wait. Mr. DeRosie, is something wrong?
Hey, me!
Something that Mr. de Rousseau just said might seem to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about?
Cavolo, it is... At times like this, I don't want to say have the capo after you, believe me. But I speak from personal experience. Esperienza.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need for you to say any more. The truth is, the night before we head to the red-headed leak planned into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame that you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming.
Wow.
I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see? Huh? You want to see my fantastical bruises?
That is enough, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You do, now.
Allora, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Ecco, you see? Still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck. You got that from when you got dragged back to the house?
Si capo, sometimes this is a very rough years.
I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what you're talking about here. You have my word.
Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with the details about that mark around your neck.
Hey, capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Ugh.
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
Si, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put a collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did to me, see?
He doesn't have any marks on his neck. I think that's what that photo is for. I think we present the photo, but I just want to do the last press and then we'll go.
He spent it in a nice room. Nothing like when the prison idiot. Whee!
Fuck, I accidentally pressed that. Not much to go on, really.
Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean.
Ah, yes. The one he treasured so much, apparently.
If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses implied, he still would have been able to wind his watch.
That's very true, yes. So Inspector Gregson did it. So did Inspector Gregson actually die when he was being held captive by these redheads?
In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's?
To be honest, I find that hard to believe.
Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mrs. Naruhodo. Yes.
Fucking crying, both of you, all the time. You took away a man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner.
If you say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away from our freedom too, a lack of money. We are prisoners as well, all of us.
Huh?
No money, no freedom. That is the truth. It makes me mad. It makes me sad. What can we do?
Well, if you're feeling so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, though, of course.
Oh, but there you have it. You see, this is why we need a red-headed league, to fight for the justice.
Perhaps he has a point.
No, Mr. Naruhodo.
All we did was to give a man a comfortable place to sleep in for the night. And you say it was a prison? Huh?
Perhaps he has a point again.
No again, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should have heard him snoring. Madai. If anyone was disturbed, it was us.
Okay. Yeah, there's no bruise on his neck is the thing, so... I'm just gonna present the picture. I think the picture is the right thing to present here. Because there's no other, like... Yeah.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner whilst working incognito.
No, it was nothing like that. It's hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is it, counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at the photograph of the prisoner, or the victim. Inspector Gregson. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck.
But that make no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on the witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRosie.
Indeed, this is most peculiar.
But what we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Filipino is right. The man in the photograph is someone completely different from the man that we held captive the night.
Order!
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park at Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all, even though I said this earlier, but I guess it was implied in the game. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Excuse me. Jesus. This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself.
And we also know that the inspector made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce two events completely.
An inconsistency noted by the defense is the most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did the person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have a plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes of in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment will be revealed by the information in the court record, I believe.
Goodness gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. DeRosie? It's an imposter! Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since there's no bruising that can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day couldn't have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument is now up until now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly is this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, Capo dragged them from the pillar to the post with the dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Papino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh?
So who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. Ugh. About the true identity of the man who these two imprisoned that night.
I must say that the Council of Defense must elaborate post haste.
I will. Because we've seen this bruise only just today.
Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? It was...
Where is he? Because it shows it in the picture, no? It does. Gossip.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. The nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, was this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip? See, this is the demand not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking like a twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such rash claims next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Holy shit, bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Hey, now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, it's a birthmark, ain't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Yeah, somewhat about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong. You've got it all wrong as usual.
That was your voice. You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRosie, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. This right, see? You think we would forget those grand rips, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in this world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, doesn't look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this.
Wait! Oh my god, I just saw his hair. Wait. Is he Daily Vigil? Doesn't he have the same hair? It would have changed quite a bit.
Wait, he is wearing the same thing though, right? He looks like him. He really does.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What I have been told you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony.
Ah,
That's right. I am a simple peddler. Remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, huh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but
a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side, always, Mr. Naruhodo.
I think Kazuma does too. The inspector and the identification radio revisited. The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not his man. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it very much looks like that left behind on the neck of your colleague, by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you are trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London, and a neck to die for. Hey, they broke the mold when they had made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand down in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before?
Oui, c'est ça. I swear to by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Really now, huh? That is right, see?
Hold it!
Do you think we would forget those grand lips? Well, yes, I don't imagine you'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how would Fabian call it, an eclair. You know, I've never seen a head as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen hair red like yours before I came to Britain.
See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have a grand lips. No, lad. I was right. I was born right here in Fresno Street. And I've never left. And I never... that is a problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
Now how many times do you have me say it, huh?
I've never left Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in a redheaded league. So, you've heard of the Red-Headed League, have you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh?
Fuck.
It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold a tasty tidbit to a few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough it up. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows? I get it. Yo, Ambrosia, what's up? Yeah, your name is a tag too. You two fucking changed it. They changed it so everybody is represented by their tag now. That's crazy. You're not just Ambrosia anymore, you're your tag. Can't believe it.
But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hidden red in it. And in that case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other parts of town. No, sir, no likely.
This is so...
Excuse me.
Right? Why would they change it? Not to say that your tag's ugly, but like, you know, it was better when it was neat and everyone had just like their names. It's like using Discord tags versus using your username. It's so sad. Mr. De Rousseau.
Oh, ah, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes?
I visited a housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent?
He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were discussing their terms.
But no. You're mistaken, chum. I've never let Fresno stream me, like I said. You were mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. It is, I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had such money. And so I looked at the name on the papers.
You also just woke up. Good morning. It's pretty late. For you, I assume. That is a bit extreme, but yeah. YouTube has decided to just implode on itself UI-wise. They exploded their UI. And now it's bad. Now it's weird. And I don't like it.
And what was written? What name was written? Mr. Gossip?
Oh, no. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name.
But in fact, his name is a Hubone, huh? It is better than Mr. Gossip, do you think, see?
No, your name is Hugh Boone.
I am a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said. On Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't know, I don't like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name will be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
There is an obvious objection. What? I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case. Yeah, you know, the one of the room that is being rented out by the dude in the name.
But, goodness gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi?
As it happens, my lord, this particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Yeah, this is daily.
Oh. Alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in the town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room on the downtown streets of townhouse shit.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were two vulgar redheads there at the time. Aye. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Sink again, Popino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a typical as far as everyone is concerned, no fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for it since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. This is daily.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? It was covered from top to bottom with confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
Ah, no. That board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's the only other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
Well, obviously, I have not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Boone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason.
Yeah, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man.
Hold it!
You're daily! And he didn't go back that day because he was in prison by them. Okay, yeah. You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. I spend my days on Fresno Street, peddling tidbits to passerbys. Hoping, just between us that is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your lip is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, that's what the fellow is to do. What's a fellow to do then, huh? If you don't believe me, then we're at an impasse. And there's nothing else I can do but flick me lip.
It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically going to say I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, are you? Well, it's beyond me. Yeah, how you think I could do that?
Well, you did exactly that, actually. Wow. Way to put it frankly. That's exactly what he did.
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache. Or a beard to cover up that lip.
Hey, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair to cover on this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
What the fuck are you trying to say about... Pardon?
I assure you that my lips are entirely unremarkable, and I would ask that you not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel.
Ah, sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there.
Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course.
You're right, he did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size.
And anyways, the detective that we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is right. He was a clean-shaven.
It certainly is beyond the realm of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Aye, it does and it is.
That's the extent of the testimony, is it?
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It all
it would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRosie suffered.
Yes, that's true.
Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind?
Yeah, the thing is, it's just such a weird thing for him to say. Like, I have no kin. I've got no one cares for me. I'm alone in this world. I've only got Fresno Street. No, you don't. Hello.
Objection.
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why this is among the sparse furnishings that we found. Yeah. Then explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room? I presume that you've been renting a room. This photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well.
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. I don't really. You don't really need to bother me. I mean, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide the unmissable features.
But what if we were to look at it the other way around?
What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very, very prominent indeed. And that's the thing. It's like that on purpose. No?
But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself part of an elaborate disguise.
Oh!
Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Good witness, are you still hiding the truth for this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be.
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believe it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no.
Very well, County Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who simply goes by the name Gossip on the Street?
He's fucking Daly! He's the old warder and also the guy who was missing for a night. Remember that guy? Where is he? He's on the screen. Hello, Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it?
Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah! I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came by the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in question is the woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil.
What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by two red-headed league men.
And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in the court. Because we had been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witness in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course.
And that explains why you're not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself and with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, sponge, and a washbowl at once.
Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRosie, You are restrained, a witness.
Oui, my lord.
See, my lord! Ah! No! Stop! Get off! Please! Don't! Aha!
There you are, man. How are you doing? Daily Vigil. The man we've been looking for the entire time.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertions were entirely correct. This has been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but
See! That is no question! This is the inspector that we saw in the park! Extraordinary.
Yep, there you go. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park was you, disguised as the inspector. Or rather, it was you posing as the inspector with no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise, why? You would quite possibly have been a future governor of the prison. Why on earth would you go to do peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years.
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Hugh Boone. Fuck.
Boone is the other me. A name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago and now my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation which would earn some wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand to selling wares on Fresno Street.
And your wife appears to know nothing about this. She still maintains that you're a chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife not know about my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place where I could emerge every morning at 8 with a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regarded me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yes. I've made a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece,
You couldn't hope to match the salary you made as you commanded. You must have commanded as a chief warder on the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
And that was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew of him. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled, for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me very regularly on Fresno Street with increasingly regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What is it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orxys tomorrow and make a statement for the proprietus.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, let people know that the Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with the intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I'd no need to point out, is a serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You do not blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever! Even if I end up a croaker. I see. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street really was...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. That's amazing, actually. He was like trying to deceive the higher ups, right? The judiciary? That's crazy. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of two red-headed league men when they were imprisoned by the inspector.
But no, that can't be.
After all, why are you doing that?
It wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. That was me.
Oh my goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the instructor. And merci, Monsieur de Défense, for proving it. What? Ah, shit! Hold on! Oh, you deceived me again, defense.
It would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement with the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. Fuck! I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Hold it, that's Kazuma. Wow. You want to interject something? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma? What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe that you would have been present at a very significant execution that had been carried out at the time.
10 years ago.
The execution of the professor. Genshin Asogi. Fuck. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh!
Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably connected.
Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual.
He's desperate, I think. Right? Also, this theme is so cool. How cool.
You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father's.
I know. I do understand that.
But even so...
Kazuma, Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. The defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness? The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten!
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I've said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some particular reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does it not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years ago is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yeah, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't... Kazuma-sama.
But if I must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not be buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not?
I should do it. I want to do it. Kazuma's our boy. He's here for a reason. We don't know what his reason is, but it's not like his reason is like gonna fuck us over, right?
I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of the events. Let's look. Oh, it's the thing that the guy gave us, right? Yeah.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder on your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No. No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my own resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to a few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor.
As you were chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have had been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed the day earlier, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must have known the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil?
Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through the Barclay like a hurricane.
What?
Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of that time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh, my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely, those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Logate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging is quite staggering.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that the prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daddy. This is serious business, but can I help you now? As Chief Warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of Fora. Hey. Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Whoa! He jumped out the window? Whoa! Hold on! Bailiff, fetch the doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Holy shit! Someone has died! Someone's died!
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past.
Are those the names that were involved that we heard before Susato left for Japan?
But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. Amazing! Yo, that's crazy! Investigation 3? Yes. 2nd of November. 3:38 p.m. Shom Suite. Well, before we move on, right? I think that'll be it for today. Wait, actually, no, I don't need to do this. That'll be it for today's stream. I mean, it keeps getting more and more intense every stream, no? Every time we come back to this game, it's something new's popping up, and goddamn, is today no exception. Let me just come back here, turn this on. Yay! But yeah, oh man, yeah, this game is really fucking taking me for a loop. So much, so many loops to come up across, upon, to keep rolling through. Seriously, I literally can't wait for the next stream, really. Well, it's gonna take us 2 more weeks to finish or this case, right? So I can't wait for the rest of it, really. So many things are happening. Man, I called that daily shit like way earlier too, like way early, like an hour or two before it happened. It's great. Huh, it's so intriguing. I don't even think I have any like critiques or like kind of notions today. I guess the whole thing about the candle was the biggest like I don't think this makes sense, but I think at the same time I think they talked about how the candles were out at the time when Von Zieks went into the room. So I'm not surprised. Or I wouldn't be surprised if I missed it and then, you know, they talked about it like that. But yeah, man, fun times. So, with that being said, I'm not gonna dwell any longer. I do want to do some other things today. So I'm not gonna, there's nothing that I really want to talk about much. And I'm just gonna go over my schedule. So thank you everybody for watching. Today is Thursday. We played Ace Attorney and we're gonna play more Ace Attorney next week on Thursday. But that's not the next actual stream. The next actual stream will be on Saturday. We'll be playing some Terraria and hopefully we'll be making some progress, huh? Terraria. I just need to make some Terraria progress. I don't know what we're gonna do that day specifically, but we're coming to the end of that game too, really. We're coming to the end of this game. Well, Ace Attorney is gonna take like another month or two to finish. Let's be realistic, but Terraria is like it's like a week or two away from being complete, so we're gonna have a free Saturday soon. So get ready for that. I'm gonna try to plan more things for that, for things like that for us to do. But other than that, yeah, free Saturdays soon, hopefully. But other than that, the next stream after that will be Kingdom Hearts on Tuesdays, which I think people are excited for, and just be excited for that. Really, is all I have to say, as well, because that game is getting intense too. All the games are coming to a head. It's crazy. We're gonna be coming into a surprising and intense couple weeks of games, game-wise at least. Hopefully I can keep up funny-wise, you know, like I need to lock in content, think about things to say. Actually, no. I think me thinking too much about things to say, it makes me like bad at talking, so I'm just gonna go with the flow. Right. I think I'm best at I just kind of fucking around, and I'm gonna stick with that. But yeah, with that being said, that'll be it for me today. You've already heard my schedule, so thank you everybody for watching. I was about to just end stream, but I think we're just gonna go right over here. Bye bye. All right, loud music. Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you stopping by. If you did, intense game, and I love it. I love this game. Watch the rest of the series. Watch the whole series. Hopefully I made some cool jokes during I didn't make any like crazy jokes recently just because, you know, the game's getting intense and I want it to be about the game, realistically. But holy crap, this game. All right, I'm out though. Bye. I gotta get out of here. Huh.